Everyone, a very good evening and welcome to the Business Studies and Accounting Seminar organized by the Nanaska Institute along with the presence of Mr. Lester Martineau, a well-renowned lecturer for this subject, and also currently he is teaching in a leading school in Colombo for this particular subject, as well as he is a chartered accountant and he has been teaching somewhat similar subjects in different countries as well. Before going forward, can you just confirm me that I'm audible and visible enough? Can you hear what I say? If so, just say yes in the chat box. Can you hear what I say clearly? Can you give me a quick information in the chat box, please? All right, thank you very much. So when it comes to this time period, it is quite critical and crucial because you are at the verge of doing your O-level exams. So that is one of the main important, what you call as a hurdle in the life, because when it comes to the school time period, you have a couple of main hurdles in the life, and one of which is the O-level examination. Despite the crucial situation that we are going through in this country, we need to give you our 100% focus so that we will be able to get the highest result possible. For us, when it comes to the O-level students, even when I did O-levels, we always wanted to get the maximum. That was 9 A's, right? A result for all the subject. So have that target in your mind, give your best shot. Still you have, I think, 23 days, if I'm not mistaken. Still you have somewhat enough time to get yourself prepared. And that is why we also want you to get prepared for this particular subject, and that is why we have organized this seminar. So we believe that you will be able to get the most out of it and get a better result for this subject. And after that, right after that, I just want to give you a quick advice because the time is quite critical, and we are going through in a competitive environment. Everyone is trying to reach to the top, and because of that, it is quite competitive. So when it comes to your timeline, it has been already delayed due to several reasons. Ideally, you should have done this exam last year, December, but due to some reasons, now we are doing it in 2022, May. That's okay, because there are different things that you can do as alternatives instead of thinking, okay, now I have lost 5 months, so this is going to be a problem. Don't think like that, because there are things that you can control, there are things that you can't control. When it comes to this delay, when it comes to the situation in the country, as a student who are facing for the O-level exam, you can't control it. But then again, there are things that you can control. Things like getting prepared yourself for the O-level exam and get the best result. And also thinking about your future, the higher studies. Normally, the students used to think about this higher studies right after A-levels, not right after O-levels. But with this competitive environment, I would suggest start it from now onwards. Not that now, because now you should concentrate on your O-level exam. But after O-level exam, think about your higher studies as well, because a lot of students would start a higher study qualification right after O-levels while getting prepared for A-levels. I'm not telling not to do A-levels, okay? That's not my decision. That's not my suggestion even. Do it, but then again, think about your higher studies, think about what you're going to do, and if possible, start. Why? Because with this delay, obviously the A-levels will be delayed as well. The time you get the A-level results will be delayed as well. The time you get the university cutoff mark will be delayed as well. In that case, there will be a whole set of delayed time period that you can't do anything. I mean, as the time period, you can't make anything to reverse back that delayness, but then again, you have different alternatives to do so. During that time period, why don't you start something different as a higher study program? Maybe because when it comes to Nanaska, we have been teaching the higher study qualification that we call as SEMA for 15 to 20 years, right? Because of that, we are quite familiar with this qualification. And personally, I started SEMA when I was 16, right after O-levels, and then I completed it when I was 19, and I'm one of the youngest SEMA qualified people in the country. So SEMA is a global qualification which is recognized over 170 countries. With the current situation in the country, you may want to leave the country and go somewhere. In that case, SEMA can be a good value addition because it's a global qualification. And also, it teaches you about all the functions in a business. You will not be cornered to HR, finance, sales, or marketing or supply chain. You will be learning all the areas holistically, so that your first qualification will give you the helicopter view for the business. And then again, you will learn more and more about different areas, which will support you to understand, okay, my personality would fit more into sales. My personality would fit more into finance. Likewise, you will get a greater insight for your second qualification. So I would suggest you to think about your higher studies right after O-levels. I'm not telling you to do it right now. Give your 100% undivided attention to the O-level exam to get the best result. And right after that, think about your higher studies. If possible, please start it, because the way things going to be not that good, right? Things will be good, but then again, there will be some hiccups. We need to find alternatives. We need to find the ways to save time and be more efficient in this competitive world. So that is where a qualification, a global qualification like SEMA will come in handy. And as a SEMA tuition provider for 20 years, we will be there to guide you. I'm not gonna spend more time on this subject further today, because today we have Mr. Lester Martino to talk about the model paper that he has prepared for the business studies and accounting subject. But then again, we will be meeting again on 8th of May. When we meet on 8th of May, we'll talk about a little bit more on SEMA, because right after O-levels, we'll be having a new intake for the SEMA certificate level, where you will be learning about fundamentals. And I would tell one thing, sometimes students think the language can be a barrier. Since you guys are following the English medium, I don't think that you think it will become a barrier for you, the English language. And then the second thing can be the O-level students would think there is a knowledge gap. Since I have not done the A-levels, it will not be sufficient. It will be quite difficult for me to do the SEMA qualification. There is nothing as such. As a person who did SEMA right after O-levels, I know the SEMA certificate level will teach you the fundamentals, starting from the double entries to the income statements, to the SOFPs, to the cash flows, to everything will be taught from the scratch. So don't worry, you will not have any problems if you start SEMA right after O-levels, but rather it will add you an advantage, because if you start SEMA at the age of 16, you have a probability of completing when you are 19, where most of the people start the qualification at that age, so that you have saved 3 years compared to others and you have been more efficient. So that's the small advice that I wanted to give you at the very beginning. So I would like to wish you all the very best for your upcoming exam. Give your best shot. Doesn't matter what is happening around you. It's all about your commitment, your perception, right? So I would like to hand over the proceedings to Mr. Lester Martino. Sir, over to you.
Am I audible? And can you see the screen here? Just give me a minute. Just let me know with the you can hear me, and you can see the screen that I'm sharing now. Okay, good. Just focus on the paper. So basically, if you haven't started anything for this subject, this couple of seminars, and as well as if you practice a couple of model papers and the past papers, that is more than enough. Trust me. There are plenty of students who got A's in the last minute preparation. But you need to start and have a passion to get and have a kind of a goal that you are getting an A for this subject. So please be mindful. Please have a goal. I know it's a tough time for y'all. So you have been struggling for 5 months to get this O levels done. So somehow, so it get dragged. But please be positive, and your exams is going as it is on 23rd. So have a focus. This 23 days or 22 days is more than enough to focus, and please give your 100%. Please give your maximum. Clear? So I'll just go through kind of the structure of the paper and the areas you need to focus more in the last part. So you have two papers, paper 1 that carries 40 marks and paper 2 that carries 60 marks. So when it comes to paper 1, so you have 40 MCQs. So out of that 40 MCQs, first 16 questions come from business studies section from grade 10 and grade 11. And the remaining 26 questions come from accounting section from grade 10 and grade 11 section. Clear? So if you want to go in detail for paper 2, you will get a case study question that carries 20 marks, and it's a compulsory question. Mind you, there are a couple of students I came across in Vishaka Vidyalaya even, they got 8 A's and 1 B for these subjects. So mainly because of they are not in a position to answer the case study part. So case study is a kind of they will provide a scenario, and you need to come up with your answers based on the scenario information, not the information that you gathered, not the information you studied and from a class or school, whatever. Remember, you need to come up with the answers based on the case study itself. So they will lose marks because they give answers based on what they have learned, not from the case study. So please give more attention, especially if you are not done these past papers, if you're not done any kind of a papers, please give more attention to this area. This is the area most of the students are struggling. Clear? And next we come to business studies section. So you are given with three business studies questions, 8 marks each, and out of that you need to do 2 of them. Clear? So when you select 2, make sure you really strong on those 2 questions, because it's a kind of an opportunity that you lose otherwise. So select the 2 questions from the area where you really strong at. Okay? And you have 3 accounting questions, 12 marks each, and you need to select 2 of them. Another kind of a mess that students are doing is when they write their answers, they will select case study as the first question. I'm not recommending you to do case study as your first question. Remember, first impression is so important. So if I'm a marker, so I will judge you from the first question I'll see in your answer script. So if you give a good impression, it carries for the rest of the answers as well. So when you give a wrong thing, if you get a couple of questions wrong in the first instance, so then it gives you some sort of an understanding, some sort of an image in my mindset. The students is not keen in this subject. So even though you have done your latter part really, really well, but in my mindset, I create some image on you. So it can be a detrimental for you to get the overall results. So please be mindful. If you read your case study and if you feel that you're not strong in this area, don't ever start case study as a first question. You can do it later. So you may come across a situation, you can identify some questions you are really, really good at. Give that question. do that question as your first question and give some kind of impression. Remember, exam is nothing about your knowledge. It is how smart you do your exam during these 3 hours. It's not about the classes you went. It's not about this, how many hours you studied. It's a kind of a game plan. It's a kind of a strategy you develop during the exam, that is during the 3 hours time. So please make use of any opportunity. Don't give up. Have a kind of a right attitude, positive attitude. Negate all your negative attitude throughout the exam. You might think that I can do the next year. No, never. During this time, don't ever think of it. This 22 days is more than enough. If you've not started studying yet, trust me, there are ample students. They did last moment and they make up their mind, especially those who are doing sports, and they get good results. Okay, so please have a focus. Please work hard on these subjects. It's not only these subjects, the remaining other subjects as well. Right. So when it comes to the case study, so you have roughly 45 minutes. Don't ever take 1 hour to answer these questions. If time goes, please stop and move to the next question. So the first part, you have 5 questions from business studies sections and the remaining 5 questions from accounting questions. So some questions you might find it easy, some are hard. So if you come across it's a bit hard, please mark a tick and move to the next question. And if you come across, if you have ample time, you can come and attend that question. So if you leave any question, and please make a tick in your question paper. And if you have done anything, and please underline or do some kind of a tick that you have completed this area. Clear? Right. We'll come to the most important areas now. So if you take the business studies section, the first question, okay, come from grade 10 area, that is background of the business environment and business organization. So if you don't have time to do this, what I'll recommend is, please focus on grade 10, 3 chapters, and grade 11, chapter number 1, which is trade and supporting services. Give me a minute, someone asking a question. Yeah, okay. Okay, so if you don't have much time, what my advice is, question number 2 from grade 10, first 3 chapters, please study that 3 chapters. And remember, this is the most important chapter, chapter number 1 from grade 11 section. So please give more attention for these 2. And if you don't have time, just leave it. That's still okay. Okay, if you don't have time. But in the meantime, there can be some MCQs, questions might come up. Okay, so you need to make a selection on them. So you have management questions, marketing, and investment. So those are the theory areas that you will get questions. Yeah, right. And then you can see accounting part. The accounting part, the first question, you have 3 questions. Out of 3 questions, the first question comes from accounting equation questions and the basic introduction, dual impact of transaction, journals, and recording in the double entry. And the other question comes from bank reconciliation in grade 10, correction of errors in grade 10, and statement of production cost. Clear? And the last question, where most of the students are doing this question, mainly from financial statements. So financial statements, you have 2 components, profit or loss statements for the year ended, whatever the date, and SOFP, statement of financial position. And you have another question come from not-for-profit organization. Clear? Right. Just give me a minute. I just want to highlight some kind of information pertaining to the MCQs so that you can get some idea in it. Can you see the screen? Everyone can see the screen? Yes or no? So I just analyze your trend in setting the questions. So first couple of questions that is come from, this is your MCQ. First 7 questions come from grade 10. First MCQ question, 7 question come from grade 10. And then from 8 to 13, entirely from chapter number 1 in grade 11, trade and supportive service. So basically, this is the most important chapter as far as your exam is concerned. If you want to make it a good score, you need to focus on that area. You cannot give up that area. And you will get a question pertaining to marketing and as well as management and as well as investment. So 1 question from marketing and 1 question from investment and 1 question from management will come. The remaining 24 questions, how they distribute is, so first 2 questions come from accounting equation, and the remaining ones are double entry and source documents and bank reconciliation statements, kind of a thing. And then you have a correction of errors, and you have not-profit organization, and you have production cost. And if you take the question number 33 to 47 questions will come from your most important area, financial statements and the adjustments part. So please brush up, please revise those areas, especially importantly, the financial statements and the adjustments. So that gives you more potential to get more marks in your exams. Yeah, so I'll just highlight these things so that you have some understanding. And my recommendation, please do past papers from 2019, 18, 17, 16, especially past papers from 2016 onwards, because 2016, you had a new syllabus. So please do past papers from 2016 onwards. Okay. Okay. So everyone got the model paper I distribute you all. So I'll first start with the case study question, and I'll give you some sort of a approach for this case study question. Clear? So when you planning to do a case study question, don't read this one at a scratch. So you need to first read, remember, use this approach. You need to first read the question they ask and underline keywords. So that is your first focus. So according to this question, write the name of service provided business from the above case. So you need to underline the name of service provided business. Remember, we learned in grade 10. So based on the nature of the product, the business organization can be divided into service provided business and commodity manufacturing business. Clear? So it is about that area. And then write an organization belongs to public sector. So please do underline those things. Organization that belongs to the public sector. You're not reading any case information. So first you read and underline so that you narrate your focus only to these areas. Yeah. And next, name the business organization that Food Secret belongs to. Business organization that Food Secret belongs to. Basically, you have sole trader business, you have partnership, you have learned so many business organizations. So your mind goes to those areas. And state 2 advantages here. You have 2 parts in this question, remember. When it comes to exam, some students they're much careless. It's not the careless, they're kind of a stressful. So they just read and write the answer. But make sure there are some parts they might miss. So that's why I told you, please do underline and please do highlight what your requirements are. Yeah, and state 2 advantages and disadvantages. Yeah. And next one, stakeholders. It's about stakeholders. You have internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. So you need to search for information for this one when you're reading the case study. And next one, the decision taken to. So it's a decision. You decide something to do. Even without reading the case study, you can answer. Decision taken to increase the sales by 10%. comes under which function of the management. Even without reading the scenario or case study, you can answer this one as planning. It's part and parcel of the planning in management function. Yeah. So likewise, you can figure out answer without even reading, and you won't take much time in deriving the answers. Clear? As stated in this incident, selling items to hotels and restaurants is considered as a retail sales. Selling items to hotels and restaurants is considered as retail sales. Do you agree or not? So it's a matter of agree or not, agree or not. And then you need to explain. So you please underline, explain your answer. And next, state accounting equation. Remember, there is a date here, so please do underline dates. Remember always, especially for accounting, if anything specifically mentioned date, please do underline. So you would have learned accounting equation in grade 10, assets equal liability plus equity, and you need to provide along with values. Okay. And they're asking what is the value of purchases during the January. So it's about purchases amount. So please do underline purchases. Write down the journal entry along with the values. So it's about journal entry along with values related to the investment of van into the business. So that means owner might invest his van into the business. So they are asking the double entry for that. And write the carrying amount or carrying value. So how do you calculate the carrying value? You take the cost minus accumulated depreciation. Remember, when you read something, your mind goes to what do you mean by carrying value? That means you had already learned in your school, carrying value means cost minus accumulated depreciation. And they have given the date. So please do underline the date as well. Yeah. And to state two prime entry books. So please do underline two prime entry books and two source documents. See, it's very tricky. So if you write two prime entry books only, you will get half a mark allocated for this question. So make sure you underline, highlight, and make sure you understood the question well. And try to give an answer in a comprehensive manner. Okay. And next, calculate the cash balance. So that means you need to draw a cash book, record all cash receipts, and record all cash payments, and then come up with the closing balance. Prepare trading account. What do you mean by trading account? You take your sales, you take your cost of sales, come up with the gross profit part. That's called trading account. Calculate cost of one Gorakhpur paste cup. Okay. That's kind of a, you need to do some kind of a cost calculation. And selling price if the profit margin is 24. Sorry, sells the product with a profit margin of 20%, and what is the total profit you derive? Yeah. Okay. I'll give you 10 minutes time. Just read by yourself. And when you read, you need to see any sort of opportunity that you can opportunity where you can get the answers by reading it. You can answer ganna objective again read karan. That is your target. Not read for the sake of reading or a passive reading name. You need to read, you need to search for information. A curiosity ka develop karaganna. A curiosity ka develop karagattොත් තමයි answers ටික එන්නේ. මේ answers ටික තියෙනවා. Remember, you need to answer based on the case study itself. Clear? So now I'll give you 10 minutes time. Just read. I want you to practice that. And when you read, please do underline and please try to figure out the answers. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. So I will start to answer around 5:40. Okay, please try. Everyone, please do try. Like you are in an exam room. And if you have a doubt, you can type. If you have a doubt, you can ask anything. Finish reading. Some areas are difficult, okay? So leave it. So do whatever the things that you can easily do. That is your target. You need to earn marks one by one. Remember, then it's easy. Then it develop your self-confidence throughout the paper. Okay, shall we read? Amarasena, who had served as food inspector for some time, resigned and started a business on. So please do underline the date. By investing, please do underline the rupee amount. By the name of Food Secret. That is the name of the business. The business sells product and made from natural ingredients, including chili powder, turmeric powder. This business purchases required ingredients in bulk from. So that means they are given the suppliers' names. Golden Spice Industries. And while purchasing Gorka paste from her daughter, Tilini. So please do underline those things. So they have given suppliers information as well. So following is the details of transaction that took place in January. So that is during the month of January. Okay. So purchase of furniture. So please do underline the furniture. It's a non-current assets. And purchase of cash basis, underline the cash basis. And please underline the credit purchases. Electricity, building rent, other expenses, cash sales. Do underline cash sales. Others are expenses. And further, they have given closing stocks and they have given depreciation. Okay, can you remember for any profit and loss or financial statement information, they give additional information. They give closing stocks, they give depreciation, and they give some sort of a prepaid or accrued expenses. So you need to do some adjustments. So they have given closing stocks. Please do underline. And furniture depreciation 12%. And this is per annum. Remember, they ask for the month of January. So when you're calculating the depreciation, most of the students go wrong. You need to calculate depreciation only for a month. That is for January, not for the year. Okay. Always try to reduce your mistakes that you do. That's called planning part. Clear? So when you read the question, don't jump and do the adjustment. Remember, so it says for the month, but they have given per annum. So what you do is you first calculate the depreciation for the year and that divide by 12, you calculate the depreciation for the month. Clear? Amarasena's daughter, Thelini, who is studying spice processing technology course at Ceylon Industrial Development Board. Please do underline something relating to the public sector organization. Ceylon Industrial Development Board. Prepares Gorka paste and for educational project and sells 100 containers in bulk and 2 Food Secret. So they have, it's not 100 grams, it's 100 containers, okay? 100 containers. During the month of January, Tilini, 100 grams each, okay? Tilini made 100 Gorka paste cups and sold them to Food Secret business. The followings are expenses incurred by her. So they have given expenses of whose business? Tilini's business. So don't get confused. These are transactions happen in which company or which entity? Food Secret. And these are information of transaction, basically the transaction that occurred to produce hundreds cups of Goraka paste. Clear? So don't get confused because I did today a single medium seminar and a couple of students got confused with this. Okay, so you need to be clearly demarcate which information pertaining to Food Secret and which information for Tilini's business. Clear? So they have given to buy Goraka, you incur some expenses, electricity, salaries, and for packaging. And further they mention, this is the important part, Tilini bought a grinding machine, that's a non-current asset. So what is the price he bought? That is your cost, 37,500. An estimated useful life of 10 years. And the residual value is given. So what is the kind of implied information your examiner is giving here? You need to calculate depreciation. Depreciation is an expense. Depreciation is a production overheads. So you need to calculate depreciation not for the year, you need to calculate depreciation for the month. Clear? You're not doing anything, you're doing planning part. Remember, you don't jump and do, remember, okay? So food secret businesses expect to increase sales by 10% in the coming month. Therefore, on this date, they decide to invest 500,000 worth of his motor vehicle. You underline. So he's planning to invest his motor vehicle to sell the products nearby hotels, restaurants, and decide to hire employee. Sorry, someone asking a question. Hold on. Residual value. What do you mean by residual value? Let's say you bought a phone for Samsung, let's say 60,000. After 5 years, the value might drop. You might sell it for 10,000. So the price you sell at the expiration of its effective useful life that we call scrap value or residual value. Scrap value or residual value means the price you can realize by disposing these assets at the end of its useful life. Yeah. So shall we answer the question? The first one, name the service provided business. So remember, you have done retail sale and wholesale sale. So anyone who operates in retail sale or wholesale is considered as a service provided business. That will be given in grade 10, first chapter. So what are the service providing businesses here? You can write food secret. You can write food secret business. And you can either write Golden Spicy Industries. And you can also write Ceylon Industrial Development Board, because they said they conduct a kind of a educational project, kind of a courses. So anyone who provides the service, so in that context, Ceylon Industrial Development Board can also be considered. In exam, remember, don't write all. Huh? Please write only one. And don't waste your time. Please make sure you write first, that's enough. Okay, so have that self-discipline, remember, during the exam. Number 2, write an organization belongs to public sector. Answer is Ceylon Industrial Development Board. Please write it down. Ceylon Industrial Development Board. So if you have a doubt, please ask. Okay, please send me a message. Name the business organization that Food Secret belongs to. Sole trader business. Sole proprietorship. Sole trader business. And one advantage, sorry, 2 advantages, easy to start. Entire profit belongs to the owner. Entire profit belongs to the owner. That's advantage. Disadvantage you can write. You can write unlimited liability. You can write no legal personality. Or no going concern, or no continued succession of the business. Continued existence, whatever. Okay. Unlimited liability, no legal personality. No continued existence. These are both common for partnership or sole trader business. No continued existence. Whatever. ඒ පුළුවන් ඒවා ඉක්මනට ලියන්න. don't ඒව ලස්සනට ලියලා ඉන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Write it fast because there are some students are struggling with the time management form. So do easy one first, and then it gives you some sort of a positive kind of a momentum for the exam. Clear? Next one. State two stakeholders, and you need to provide the example as well. So then what you write is stakeholders. So you have to write two stakeholders. So one is the owner, other one is supplier. The example. So owner, what is the name of the owner is Amara Sena. Suppliers names you can write. There are two suppliers. It can be Tirini or it can be Golden Spice Industries. No need to write all, only one of them. ඒක හරියද බලන්න. හරිද? Done? Next. Selling item to hotels and restaurants is considered as a retail sales, yes or no? Selling items to party having an objective of reselling is what? Wholesale. You are not agreeing with that, but as wholesale. Considered as wholesale. So not agreed, but you are not agreed. Because selling items to the parties having an objective of reselling is considered as wholesale business. Or retail sales means you're selling for the buyer whose objective is for the consumption. You can argue in both contexts, okay? You can define resale or you can define wholesale part. So choice is yours. That is fourth one. Fifth one, state accounting equation as at 1st Jan 2021, along with the value. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Can you just try that one? Accounting equation as at 1st Jan 2021. Please try. Everyone, please try. That do not come up now. Make mistake. It's okay. Don't make mistakes during the exam. Now use underline this part so you can easily figure out that these are during the month. Yeah, specifically 1st Jan 2021. So it's straightforward. Assets 150,000, equity 150,000. Example. . assets 150,000, equity 150,000. Next, part B. What is the value of purchases? Purchases have two elements. What are the two elements? Cash purchases. Let's write it down. Cash purchases and credit purchases. Just fill the balance values here from the scenario. So cash purchases is here 40,000. Someone asked a question. Hold on. Is there possible to get the recording? Yes. Basically, we will probably the Nanaska might upload into their YouTube. So probably you can watch later. But my recommendation, so you please have a focus, and after that you can listen to them. Okay. So for the time being, these 4 hours, please live properly and attentive, and try to get the maximum out of this 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, it is available here. So cash purchases here, cash purchases. Remember, it's not the furniture. Furniture so the purchases. But remember, furniture purchase is considered as a non-current purchase. So only purchases with the view of reselling. Okay. So that is cash purchases 40,000. Remember, it's 40,000, not 60. And credit purchases 20,000. They get total 60,000. That's what they're asking. Next. Write down the journal entry along with the values related to the investment of van. So owner has pumped, or owner is investing his motor vehicle into the business. So what's the double entry? Debit motor vehicle and credit capital. Here the 500,000. So you don't need to search the information because you have already underlined and you know in and out. Okay, why? Because you have already read the question. Good. No, you cannot take the purchase of non-current assets. Purchase of non-current assets is really definition for non-current asset purchase means acquisition. In accounting terminology, if you purchase non-current assets either on credit basis or cash basis, the real name is acquisition. It is not a purchase. Purchase kela kiyanne any item you purchased or bought, your whole intention is to resell. It can stocks. Wage dinida business එකේ stocks අරගන්නවා විකුණනවා අරගන්නවා විකුණනවා. අන්න ඒ වලට තමයි අපි කියන්නේ purchases කියලා. Purchase of non-current assets, even you name it as purchases, you cannot take that one. So it's a kind of a tricky situation. Please be mindful. Any question, please ask. So that from your inquiry, others will learn. Okay. Next, what is the carrying amount of non-current asset as at 1st Jan 2021? So they're basically asking the carrying value of what? This furniture and equipment. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please try. Try kara. Please try, and I need the answer from you. Please try. Some might depreciation. Some might get clueless here. So please try to get some idea. So what is the cost? Calculate the depreciation. Cost taking depreciation. So that's called carrying amount. Okay. So how you calculate the depreciation? Cost minus scrap value divided by useful life. එතකොට මෙතන scrap value එකක් නැහැ. So you just take the cost multiplied by 12%. Okay, first thing what you do is you calculate the depreciation for a month. Depreciation per year. Can you calculate that? Year the depreciation per year. Very good. So depreciation per year කොහොමද calculate කරන්නේ? Cost multiplied by cost එක ඇවිල්ලා 20,000. ඒක multiply කරන්න depreciation rate එක. හරිද? I'll give you some kind of hint here. මේ අන්තිම බිංදු දෙක කැපුවම you will get a value for 1%. 1% එනවා. ඒක වැඩි කරන්න 12. කියන්නේ 200 වැඩි කරන්න 12න් එතකොට එම 2400. That is for the depreciation for the year. And depreciation for the month. මේක බෙදන්න 12 වලින්. So that is 200. Clear? Depreciation එක ආව. හරිද? Then carrying value. කියන්න carrying value equal cost minus depreciation. Accumulated depreciation නෑ first year එක හින්දා. හරිද? Cost එක ඇවිල්ලා 20,000. එකෙන් අඩු කරන්න 200. Then you get 19,800. Clear දෙක? So please be mindful. හරිද? එයා අහන්නේ මාසෙකට නම් මාසෙක depreciation. එයා අහන්නේ අවුරුද්දට නම් අවුරුද්ද depreciation. එයා අහන්නේ 3 months නම් quarterly නම් quarterly. එතකොට ඒක case එක අනුව වෙනස් වෙනවා. I don't know what mindset you're examining. So if she ask anything, you need to ඒ exam එක වෙලාවේ තමයි work out කරන්න. නැත්නම් tute එකේ මෙහෙම ගානක් තිබ්බා එහෙම නෙමෙයි. So that's why I recommend not to look at questions before the day of the exam. Okay? So you go with a fresh mind and then you have a lot of energy during the exam. But if you do in the last moment study till the last 5 minutes even, don't go for that. Then your efficiency is kind of a deteriorate. Always be positive, always have a kind of energy throughout these 3 hours time. So මතක තියාගන්න carrying value equal cost minus accumulated depreciation. So here this is the first year, first month, so no accumulated depreciation. Depreciation is equal to accumulated depreciation. Okay. Right. Next one. Time entry books. Time entry books and the source document. So මෙතන තියෙන transactions ටික. First one is a purchase of furniture on cash basis. So purchase of furniture on cash basis, you can do source document, you can say payment voucher. මේ පාඩම් කළා නැත්නම් දැම්මම මේක study කරන්න. හරි මේකත් එක්කම study කරන්න. Don't wait till the last moment. Or since you have a cash sales, එතකොට අපිට ලියන්න පුළුවන් receipt as well. හරිද? තමනත් තියෙන්නේ. මේ ඔක්කොම ලියන්න එපා. හරි? Whatever their requirement, only you write. Remember in exam. Don't do unnecessary work because you won't get more marks. Remember, always your target to get more marks. Marginally, හැමතිස්සෙම බලන්න ඒක. Second scenario, cash book. Third one, credit purchases. So credit purchase journal. Purchase journal. Asking question. Carrying value also called net value. Yeah, net book value. Carrying value, another name is net book value. Yes. Purchase journal. Purchase voucher. Purchase invoice. Okay, then මෙතන තියෙනවා closing stock එකයි depreciation එකයි. Depreciation and closing stocks are the adjustments. So the adjustments කොහෙද record කරන්නේ? It's in general journal. මම ඔක්කොම ටික දෙනවා, but in exam you don't need to write all. This is for your understanding. This is your study purpose. Journal voucher. ඉතින් හරිද? calculate the cash balance. The cash book එකක් අඳින්න. Please open up a sketch of a cash book. Yeah, if you're in a group, I shared the paper with all the group members. Just send me a message. I can share after the class. You can send me a message. I can send it to you. Number 100% Okay. So the next question is okay. Please draw a cash book. Description. There is no dates here. Don't worry about that. Description rupees. Cash book එකේ මොනවද record කරගන්නේ? All cash you received and all cash you paid. Remember. All cash you received and all cash you paid. All cash you received you record in debit side. All cash you paid record in the credit side. Okay, first situation is capital. Liana capital කියලා. How much you receive? 150,000. You see the screen here. And payment side එකට යනවා. අපි ගානත් එක්ක යන්නේ. Okay. How can you... Okay. So just send me a text message to 07722226669. So then I can send you the paper. Just try to figure out the cash book. So write it down. Furniture. 20,000. මේ ලියනේවා ඉක්මනට ලියන්න during the exam. Purchases, cash purchases. Let's say purchases. 40,000. Credit purchases and all the credit purchases and so please be mindful. You take all cash receipt and all cash payments. හරිද? Electricity. The may ඔක්කොම කරනවට එන්නේ you will get 2 marks. By doing all this you will get 2 marks. ඒකින්ද වැඩිපුර වෙලාව යවන්න එපා. Remember. හරිද? පුළුවන් තරම් ඉක්මනට කරන්න බලන්න. ඉතින් ඉක්මනට කරන්න කියලා කියන අනවශ්‍ය ස්පීඩ් එකක් ගන්නත් එපා. හරිද? පුළුවන් තරම් filling the blanks වගේ මේ cash book එක පුරවන්න. That is the whole objective. Okay? But do it in a proper way. Don't put it in the unnecessary. Let's say if you put the credit purchases, then everything is go wrong. ඒකින්ද කරන එක හරියට කරන්න. Electricity. How much is 3,000? Then building rent. Just say rent. Building rent කියන්නත් එපා. Rent is enough. Other expenses. Cash sales debit card. Now assume you don't have much time. I'm just assume, okay? Assume you are a very tough situation. So මෙතන ලේසියෙන් එකතු කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ දෙකනේ. You just put 270 for both sides. Enough. Remember. හරිද? අදිසත් වෙලා නැති වුණොත් you just write this make up එකතු කරන්න පුළුවන්. It's easy to add this type. So same value එක මෙතනට දාන්න balance CD කියලා ඉච්චර. Okay, can you take the total of credits column? Credit column එකේ total එක ගන්න බලන්න හැමෝම. Just try. You are doing maths, no? So you are very marked with addition, division, multiplication, subtraction, everything, no? So please try to calculate the total of credit column. $80,800, very good. And you can take the separate working for that, and then you minus 270,000 minus 80,800. 189,200. The balance brought forward 189. Basically, this become the date wise 1st February. But dates can actually worry when you make a transaction happen during the month. So no need to bother about the dates. So just fill and come up with the answer. Hadiseva time එක මදි වුණොත් එක side එකක් tally කරලා ඒකේ answer එක අර පැත්තට දාලා මෙතන balance CD balance brought forward කියන ඒ ටික දාන්න. Okay? Because you need to be very smart. Remember, it's nothing about the knowledge. This is how you handle this 3-hour session. That's all. මේ පැය 3 විතරයි වැදගත් මතක තියාගන්න. ඒකේ full energy එකේම ඉන්න. If you have a doubt, please ask. Maker still okay, but not the T account. T account I'm not recommending, but try to do this way. Description, kind of a 1 column, that's enough. If you have a kind of a discount allowed, that's a separate scenario. Since you don't have the dates, you can draw this format, is perfectly all right. All right. Trading account. So trading account ekedi, so just draw this structure. Even you don't need a structure, to be honest with you. You say trading account. For the month ended 31st Jan 2021. Trading account is the, no, trading account කියලා කියන්නේ where you derive the gross profit. It can be a statement as well. හරිද? trading account කියලා කියන්නේ sales වලින් cost of sales අඩු කරාම එන figure එක එන section එකට අපි කියනවා trading account කියලා. හරිද? Write it down, sales less cost of sales. Cost of sales components මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? Opening stock එකක් මෙතන නැහැ. Why you don't have opening stock? Because they just started. So you start with purchases. So if you have any loading expenses, carriage inwards, you need to add it. Purchases. And then you need to minus what? Closing stock. Right. Sales කීයක් තිබ්බද? Now go to the details. Now that's what you need to understand. 120. Purchases key, but we already derived the purchases. That is 60,000. 40 plus 20. Closing stock key 10,000. So minus 10,000. The cost of sales key. Cost of sales again, 50,000. Sales minus cost of sales, you get gross profit. 120 willing 50 adu karama 17. 70,000 is your gross profit. Just copy this down. If possible, try to join the group. What is the benefit of joining the group? Because from today onwards, if you have any sort of a doubt, you can ask and I'll be answering. And some other students might raise the issue, so you can you can look at the answers as well. So you can learn informally through this group. Heading account එක හරිද? Right. Now we come to the most important part. පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරුයි හරිද? Okay. Now cost of the product has two elements. One is direct cost. Another one is indirect cost. And indirect cost, they became a total cost of the product. Now they have you need to calculate what? You need to calculate cost of 1 Goroka paste cup. 1 Goroka paste cup. So what you do is you take the total of all the expenses you incur. So first one is Goroka. To expensed 2,500, electricity 1,500, salary. This is salary now 3,000. The marking වලදී ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්නේ numbers ටික විතරයි. හරි? Packaging. Is that all? Is there anything that we missed? Is there anything that we missed? Everyone? I need the answer from you. Now, මොනහරි අපිට miss වුණාද? Can you read this part? You have to calculate depreciation for grinding machine for a 1 month. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Please try to calculate that. So the cost is 37,500. Do a separate working. Taking අඩු කරන්න scrap value එක. Cost taking scrap value එක අඩු කරාම එනවා depreciable amount එක. 36,000. හරිද? That divide by 10 years. That you get depreciation for the year. Out of the depreciation. The monthly depreciation how you derive? That divide by 12. 300. And depreciation. Machine. Don't worry about grinding machine, nothing. Just same machine. 300. Etika harida? Good. Now take the total. Now take the total. 7,500. Now what is the cost per cup? I'm just asking. Cups kiyak haduwada? 100. Cost per cup. So 7,500 divided by 100, answer is 75. Cost per cup, 75. Is it clear? Now, in grade 9, you'd have done profit margin percentage. Chapter number 4 in maths. Grade 9 ඉගෙන ගත්තා profit margin එක දුන්නාම how you calculate the selling price or how you calculate the profit. හරිද? So, can you calculate the profit here per cup? Profit per cup. So, ඒකට add කරන්න gross profit margin එක කීයද මෙයා margin එක තියාගන්න. මෙයා margin එක තියාගන්නවා 20%. Margin එක තියාගන්නවා 20%. 10% කියලා කියන්නේ 7.5 ඒ වගේ double 15. So මේක selling price එක කීයද? අපි මේකත් ලියාගමු not need required just to get understanding. The cost එකට profit markup එක add කරාම තමයි selling price එක. Is it clear everyone? Once you calculate cost, profit markup එක කියලා කියන්නේ 75 should be multiplied by 20%. 75 multiplied by 20%, you get 15. එතකොට එනවා selling profit markup per 1 cup. ඒකයි cost එක add කරාම එනවා selling price. හරි දැන් එයා අහන්නේ මොකද? එයා අහන්නේ total profit. So how we calculate total profit? Profit per unit. I'm just giving a formula, but in exam you just write the number. That's not profit per unit into number of units. Profit per unit එක තියෙනවා 15. ඒක වැඩි කරන්න how many units you sold? ඒක හරිද? Okay. Move to the next one. Okay. ඒක තේරුණාද? If you have a doubt, please ask. Okay. So shall we move to the next one? Business studies section. So here you have සාමාන්‍යයෙන් questions. You get 4 questions, 2 marks each. ඒකේ sub parts තියෙනවා. හරිද? ඒ sub parts උතර answer කරන්න ඕනේ. You be careful and please do underline some areas. First one. Define needs. So you can write it. Requirements that must fulfill essentially for existence. Requirements that must fulfill essentially for existence. Essentially for existence. All needs. Wants, different ways of satisfying needs. Different ways of satisfying needs are called wants. Then true false. Please be attentive. It is compulsory to fulfill certain requirements. Is it compulsory to fulfill? So write it down. Wants. Please write it down. Wants. Wants. A small typo here. In order to live. If it is compulsory to fulfill wants in order to live, answer is wrong. False. B. Physical and mental contribution to the business is considered as entrepreneurship. That is wrong. It should be considered as labor. Opportunities and threats can be identified by studying external environment. Answer is correct. The sole proprietor business obtain an identity by registering the name of the business. Answer is true. This is false. This is false. This is true. The last one is true. Part 3. Sahan runs a business by employing several types of modern sewing machines to cater the orders received from schools in order to make the ties and badges which are required by schools. What is the basic human needs required by this fulfilled by this organization? Answer is clothing. Answer is clothing. Two examples of factors of production that can be seen in this business. Number one, capital. You write it. Number one, capital. Under that, you can write it sewing machines. Capital Kela Liela, sewing machines. Clothing is correct. Yeah. Clothes also correct. Yeah. Okay. Capital Kela Liela, sewing machines, and then entrepreneurship. You can write combining factors, other factors of production, or running the business. You can write that. Entrepreneurship, combining other factors of productions, or you can write it dash running the business. Number 4. Michelle, who holds diploma in preschool, maintains running a preschool and daycare center near a government apartment complex with the assistance of 2 maids. Name 2 parties who belongs to the internal environment. So please do underline. Internal environment components tunai owner, employees, and managers. So based on these scenarios, owner and employees. Owner and employees for the answer for part A. Strength, location of the business. It's the close proximity of government apartment complex. Location of the business, it's close proximity of government apartment complex. Okay, next. Number 3. Name 2 documents required to open a savings account. What is number 1? Deposit slip. Deposit slip. Application form, or we call mandate. Application form or mandate. National identity card. But you can write so 3 out of these 4. So you can have your know your customer report, KYC, probably tax declaration form, NIC, application form, or we call mandate, and deposit slip. ඒ පහෙන් ඕනම දෙකක් ඕකේ. Next, say two parties related to this check. Drawer, that is the current account holder. Drawee, that is the bank of the current account holder. Weakness of the business. They haven't mentioned anything pertaining to the weakness here. So weakness කියලා කියන්නේ probably less skilled employees අන්න ඒ වගේ දෙයක් weakness. මේ scenario එකේදී weakness එකක් නැහැ. ඒ scenario එකේ දීලා තියෙනවා නම් weakness එකක් then they will ask weakness, otherwise they won't. Okay? So drawer, drawee and payee. ඒ තුනෙන් දෙකක් ලියන්න පුළුවන්. Drawer, drawee and payee. Drawer කියලා කියන්නේ current account holder. ඒ current account holder ගේ bank එක තමයි drawee, and the payee's party is getting the money from that check. Okay. Say it whether it's correct or wrong. Life insurance policy cannot be transferred. Answer is true. Accepted road signs are methods used for electronic communication media. Wrong. Number 2, ability to carry heavier materials is a special advantage of waterway transport. Yes, true. Relative low unit price is a feature of wholesale trade. Number 3 can be tested this time. Say two major credit card networks use internationally. Visa, Master, American Express. American Express. All three are correct. They're asking 2. Next. Yashasi Veerasinghe purchased 50,000 worth of goods from Mahani Dharmasena and issued a check for her on 10th August 2021. Write the details of the above case as stated as in a check counterfile. So check counterfile is the part of or that element that is remain in the checkbook after you give your check to the party who is probably a creditor or some expenses kind of a thing. So what are the things that remaining in that check? We call check butt or check counterfile. Number 1 is start with date. So the date should be 10/08/2021. And the next, to whom you pay. You pay Mahani Dharmasena. Mahani Dharmasena. How much you pay? Rupees 50,000. What is the purpose? Payment for purchase of goods, or just say purchase of goods. Attributes ටික තියෙනවා check box එකේ. Payment for purchase of goods. Question, ability to carry her first. Okay, first one, to open up a savings account, you can say mandate. Mandate කියලා කියන application form එක, deposit slip, KYC report, know your customer report, tax declaration form. And national identity card. මේකේ 50,000 only කියලා ලියන්න ඕනේ. Just say 50,000. check එකේ විතරයි only කියලා ලියන්න. because this one is remaining with your book. Okay. All right. Next one. So following are some types of goods Sri Lanka exports and imports, and you need to select which of them are export and which of them are import. So Liana exports, imports. Exports in our, we'll go one by one. The first one is gems. Gems exports. Ilangika corn flour imports. And next, desiccated coconuts you export. And the other one is automobiles. Import. Cement you import. And graphite you export. හරිද? ඒ ලේසියව ඉක්මනට කරන්න. හරිද? හරි මේක කරන්න. Fifth one. Everyone please try fifth one. They have given an incident and you need to select who is the sender, what is the message, what is the media, and what is the recipient. Please try. I'll give you 2 minutes time. I need the answer from you. Please try to figure out. Sender, message, media, recipient. Everyone, please try. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Grade 6 class teacher is your sender in this case. Okay. Grade 6 class teacher. Be specific always. Okay. Grade 6 class teacher is the sender. Message, media, recipient. Sender class teacher. Okay. Message. Kasun got injured while playing at school. So that is a message. Okay. Media. What is the media? What is the communication media? Yeah. Telephone. Recipient. Yeah, electronic and verbal also you can put it here. That's also correct. And recipient is whose mother? Kasun's mother. Okay. Right. Next one we come to definition of pressure bills. Please write it down. It's a short-term instrument. Pressure bill definition is a short-term instrument issued by the central bank on behalf of the government, go home government, okay, in order to fulfill short-term financial needs. In order to fulfill short-term financing needs. Treasury bill කියලා කියන්නේ හැමතිස්සෙම government එකකින් තමයි issue කරන්නේ. So if you want to buy a treasury bill, you need to purchase from the licensed commercial bank. So they are the agents of central bank. Clear? And this is mainly for short-term funding requirements of the government. Okay. Next. Indicate whether statements are true or false. You can become the owner of the corporation by purchasing ordinary shares. True. Corporation means limited liability company. Please do write it. Limited liability company. Owner of limited liability company. Limited liability company. Share certificate cannot be pledged as a collateral for the bank loan. False. It can be pledged as collateral. It is false. The owner decided to purchase a machine to expand his business. This is part of management planning process. True. Decide. If we decide, so it is considered as a planning. Please don't do this one. This is my mistake. These are taken from the old. Okay. And please do try item number 3. Everyone, please try. I'll give you 2 minutes time. Yeah, A is true. Please do underline. Make a kapan. I mean, the corporation can be misguided. Owner of the limited liability company. You can become the owner of limited liability company by purchasing ordinary shares. Corporation ki work misguided. You can become. Yeah, key account is okay. Worst case scenario, key account okay. Okay. They won't penalize because of the structure or the template. ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්නේ හරි side එකට දාලාද හරි amount එක දාලාද කියන එක නේ හරි account එකද කියන එක විතරයි. Don't worry about it. Okay, please try number 3. You should read the question very carefully. Yeah? Don't be negligent when you're careless when you're read kara. Attentive vidira ganna hatsa. Take very serious. Okay. Don't take it very easily. Taken for granted. I missed one thing. Name 2 key factors to be considered when choosing an investment. Objective of investment, risk of investment, return of investment. Sorry for this. Objective of investment, risk of investment, and return of investment can be tested this time. Please try, make mistake, it's okay. These 4 activities you need to categorize under planning, organizing, leading, and controlling aspects. So first one will highlight the important part, determine, make it important. First say, take necessary actions. Right? And then as per planned, appoint heads. The midasal hariyata වෙනවා නේද? Some state ministers got appointed, cabinet minister got appointed. All jokes are in parliament now. Okay? So people are appointed. And then you provide information. So determine means it is planning, remember. This is planning. Corrective action, controlling. Appoint head, organizing. And this one is leading. Provide information means leading. Planning if you decide to do something. So after your O levels, what are you going to do? That's called planning. And then controlling means you check the actual outcome with the planned things. So let's say you're planning to go abroad for the studies. You expect the cost would be 2 million. Now suddenly, because of the exchange rate movements, it went up, it get double. So actually is not in line with the standard. So that's we call controlling part. So you do some corrective action based on that. And appointing heads, appointing any key people or positions, organizing, and you provide the necessary information and resources that we call leading. Right, please try number 4. Biscuit manufacturer manufacture new type of high quality biscuit and sold it in hotels and other shops in the city at an attractive price of 78. The advertisements are displayed throughout the city and educate consumers about the product. So 4P's, product, high quality biscuit. Product high quality biscuit. And place, hotels and other shops. Place, hotels and other shops. Price 78 rupees. That is a stated price here, 78 rupees. Making the kai layan no hari. It is 2 examples. And the last one, promotion advertisements. Promotion advertisement. Okay. So we'll have a small break. So we'll start 6:55. So please don't you can rejoin or you can stay and have a small break because we work at a stretch. And I'll start 6:55. And we are planning to do accounting section. Once we finish the accounting sections, we need to do MCQs. So with that paper, I'll give you new things. So please stay with us and I'll start 6:55 sharp. Okay, so have a small break. Okay, shall we start? Okay. Right. So accounting, you have 3 questions, 12 marks each. So out of 3, you need to select 2 of them. So they select කරද්දී හොඳටම කරන්න පුළුවන් එක select කරන්න ඕන. Okay? Right, the first one. The categories the following items in Yasasi's business under the heading of assets and liabilities. So you have 2 headings, assets, liabilities. Then assets හොය one by one යන්න එපා. හරි. So මේ තියෙන information ටික දාගෙන යන්න. එහෙම තමයි strategically ගන්න. සමහර ළමයි කරන්නේ assets අරගෙන ඒක one by one හොය යනවා. Don't take that approach. තියෙන information ටික දාන්න. හරිද? So what are the 3 things here? First one is bank loan liability. ලියන්න bank loan. And then the motor vehicle assets. Creditors liability. Debtors asset. So what is the difference between credit and debtor? Debtor කියලා කියන්නේ when you sell goods on credit, debtor will arise. You're supposed to receive money from him. It's a right to receive money in future is an asset. What do you mean by creditor? When you purchase goods on credit, it's a kind of an obligation to settle in future. So that obligation we call a liability. You're not paying now, you have an obligation to settle in future. So that's a liability. Building assets. Bank overdraft liability. What do you mean by bank overdraft? It's a facility given by the bank to the current account holder to issue check more than its existing balance. It's a short-term facility. Fixed deposit asset. Accrued expenditure liability. What do you mean by accrued expenditure? Expenditure you didn't pay yet, but it's for the amount you incurred for the period. That's called accrued. So I need to answer for this question B. There are specific sets of characteristics of assets and liabilities you have learned in grade 10. What is the common characteristic for both assets and liabilities? Mokadda. Mokadda answer. Arose as a result of past transaction. Very good. Arose as a result of past transaction. Number 2. The impact of several transactions occurred in a particular business as follows. So, api date එක දාලා ඒ transaction එක ලියනවා. So, Jan 1st. The Jan 1st එකේ තියෙන impact එක තමයි asset increase, equity increase. So, owner invest money into the business. Owner invest money into the business. Or it can be owner invest any other assets. Probably his motor vehicle, probably stocks or whatever. Sale of goods with profit. Sale of goods with profits. Whatever, choice is yours. Next one, 5th January. The 5th January, one asset increase, another asset decrease. So probably receipt of money from debtors. Receipt of money from debtors. Someone asking question, good. Yeah, purchase of goods. Purchase of goods on cash basis. Make amounts ටිකක් දාගන්න. Whatever choice is yours, whatever the amount you can take it. Sale of goods. Sale of goods කියන එක ලියන්න බෑ. Sale of goods එක හැමතිස්සම you sell normally with a profit margin. Profit එකක් આવත. ඒ කියන්නේ ගත්ත price එකටම වික්කොත් okay, but it's not happen regularly. Sale of goods කියන එක එන්නේ නැහැ එතකොට. හරිද? Purchase of non-current assets on cash basis. Doubts තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න. Necessary to put an amount. Yes, normally you need to put an amount. මම මේක දැම්මේ නැහැ. You can put it whatever the amount. Okay, rupees 100. Whatever the figure, that's not. I don't mind. Okay, so you put the amount because in monetary measurement concept, you need to put the amount. If they ask, you write some your own account, own amount. That's not a problem. හරිද? 10th January. 10 January වෙන්නේ මොකද්ද? Assets increase, liability increase. Obtain a bank loan. Very good. Obtain a bank loan. Or purchase of goods on credit. Or purchase of non-current assets on credit. Last one. Last one කියන්න බලන්න කවුරු 15 January. Anyone? Asset decrease, equity decrease, liability decrease. Yes. Along with the interest, correct. Payment of bank loan installment. Rupees, let's say 15,000, along with an interest of 5,000. Any amount, 1,000, 3,000, whatever. Interest එක වැඩි වෙන්න බෑ installment වලට. හරි? That's all. Yes, correct. Payment of bank loan installment rupees 15,000 along with the interest of rupees 2,000 or 3,000, whatever. ඒක හරියද? Number 3, transaction occurred during the month of January 2021 of Vimal's business is as follows. You are required to record double entries for 4 transactions, including discount allowed and discount received. 4 transactions with the right. So we'll put the date. Jan 8 වල තියෙන credit sales වල double entry cash sales වල double entry debit cash credit sales. The amount එක 12,000. So transaction occurred in 8 January's cash sales, cash debit, another cash book debit, sales credit. But you need to write the discount allowed and received as well. Next one. 10-12. Debit, cash book, $4,500. Debit discount allowed, 500. Credit Harin Fernando. is a debtor. Debtor. 5,000. Next. January. 15 January. That's related to the discount. Sorry, I made a mistake. Sorry. This is my mistake. Huh? Honestly, my mistake. This is wrong. This is a creditor. Harin is a creditor, not debtor. Sorry for this. Debit. Harin. Creditor. My mistake. Sorry. 5,000. Credit. Cash. 4,500. Credit. Discount received. Delete that one. Sorry for this. You made a payment for the creditor. Harin is a creditor. So outstanding amount is 5,000. You pay only 4,500 and you got a discount of 500. 15 January, Ranjan. Debit cash. Because you get the money from Ranjan, 10,000. Cash book. Debit discount allowed. How much? 1,000. And credit Ranjan is the data. So 11,000. Okay. Last, we take the easy part, 20 January. Debit drawings. Here the 10,000. And credit cash book. Done. Double entries on the sharp line. You have assets, expenses, drawings that has a debit balances by default. You have capital, revenue, liability. They have credit balances by default. Right. Next one. Okay, someone ask a question. How to know whether the discount? I'll explain that one. Okay. Then the value is 4,500. So outstanding amount is 5,000. Outstanding amount is 5,000, out of which you gave a discount 500. So the creditor gave a discount 500. So how much you are supposed to pay then? You need to pay 4,500. Methanadi debtor balance is 11,000. We offer a discount for early receipt. So make a 100, make a 1,000, make a 10,000. So the debtor credit penava, debtor hamatissama credit penava entire amount. Methana credited debit penava whole amount. Hamatissama pay karanne hari, receipt penne hari, aduwen kila mataka tiya. That's the logic here. You pay less. If you receive less. That's all. Okay. Can you draw petty cash payment book along with the analysis column? Write it down, petty cash. You have receipts. You have date. You have description. You have voucher number, you have payments, you have analysis columns, and under analysis column, according to the questions, you should have travel, entertainment, stationery, ledger. Travel, entertainment, stationery, ledger. Just draw and try to understand, okay? If you finished, please let me know. Receipt, date, description, voucher number, payments. You have analysis column, travel, entertainment, stationery, ledger. Update it. To practice this paper and couple of papers, that is more than enough to get an A for this subject. It's hard. You should have a clear understanding. The connection between each topics, very important. Done. First one, petty cash impress take a 2000. So petty cash impress take a 2000 with they mentioned the total amount of petty cash payment in January 1850. So how much you have in cash physically? 150. Yeah, receipts wala 150. Date take a 1st Feb. Cash balance brought forward. Sorry. Balance brought forward. And then next one, how much you receive cash from the main cashier on 1st February? Amount you expensed. How much you expensed during the month of January 1850. Remember, opening balance and then you take the amount you receive from the main cashier. That's called reimbursement. And then we come to expenses, whatever you pay. The 1st February, 2nd February, so write it down, 2nd Feb. Payment side travel. Voucher number 1. How much is the amount? 80. Take the travel column. Payment ticket travel column. That's all. Finish. Done. That's it. 3rd Feb. Salary advance. Something something bit weird. Salary advance. 2nd. Amount ticket that is payment, and then goes to ledger. Remember. Salary advance and a ledger. So there are things that goes to ledger. Number 1, if you pay to creditors, it goes to ledger column. If you acquire any insignificant value of non-current assets, that goes to the ledger column. And if you pay for carriage inwards, it goes to the ledger column. In addition to that, if you pay salary advance to an employee, that also goes to the ledger column. Next, 10th. Pens and pencils. Stationery. payment එකට දැම්මා corresponding column එකට තමයි. That's all. Easy. 12 Feb. Sugar and tea. 120. Station. 15. Bus fare. 100. Cover. CR books 17. CR books has increased by 60%. I don't know whether you are aware of now. That is a kind of inflation country we are living at the moment. Okay. CR books. 160. Stationery. 28 February. Volume. 7. Amount is 100. Entertainment. And then what you get total? Take the total of all analysis column, including the ledger. 180. 120. 260. 200. Yeah. 220 minus 10. Answer is 860. The total payment එක කීයද 860. Total payment එක 860. Then what you do is interest එක 2000. 2000 දාන්න මෙතන. Equation එකකට. මෙතනට දාන්න 2000. 2000 වලින් 860 වියදම් වෙනවා. You spent 860. So how much you have money in your hand? Take the difference. 2000 වලින් අඩු කරන්න 860. 1140, that is your balance CD. Balance carried down. Last day of the February. Is it clear? Last day of the February. And then what you do is 1st of March, you should have a balance of 1140. Balance brought forward. Cash හම්බෙන්නේ කීයක්ද March වල? Whatever you spent in during the month of February. කීයක්ද spent වෙන්නේ? 860. 860 තමයි salary account. That's all. And please open a T accounts. Can you open up T accounts? Just write it down. Travel expense, entertainment expense, stationery expense, and salary advance. The date wise, it should be 28 February. 28 Feb done. Petty cash කියලා ගියන්න 28 Feb petty cash. Feb petty cash. අපරම debit කරා. Just copy the amount 180. entertainment 220, 180, yeah, 220, stationery 260, and this one is 200. No, you cannot say all in one. You have a total categories accounts open expenses. So you need to open up a categorical expenses. That's all. You take the total and a total pass entry. Doubts in it's okay. Feel free to ask any doubts. That's not problem. All right. Question number 6. Name 4 examples of non-current assets. So please write it down. Land, building, motor vehicle, fixtures and fittings of furniture, computer equipment, so except for land, all other assets should get depreciated. It's basically depreciating. Now I got fixed deposits, which is mature more than one account. Fixed deposits should be non-current assets, but not in line with the, not along with the non-current assets. Can physical land building after a one line space fixed deposits. Right. In the Megane, this is tricky one. Question number 2. Any question asked? The investments, correct. Long-term investments, fixed deposits, non-current assets. Correct. Good. Okay. Now this question is tricky. A requirement part, calculate the prime cost. The prime cost. Calculate the total cost. Calculate the cost of children's table, one table, and the selling price of one table. Okay. First part, prime cost. Prime cost. So prime cost has 3 elements. Number 1 is direct materials, or you can say wood, 80,000. Iron, 150,000. Salary for carpenter, and here what is the type of transaction recording general journal? Transactions record in general journal do a number 1, purchase of non-current assets on credit. Purchase of non-current assets on credit. Goods drawings. Owner goods withdraw karnona from the business for his personal use, that need to be adjusted. This will be recorded in general journal. Adjustment entries. That means when you prepare financial statement, you need to adjust depreciation, you need to adjust closing stocks, you need to adjust accrued expenses, prepaid expenses, accrued income on net again, and correction of errors. So wood, iron, they employ 2 carpenters. Highlight the salary of 1 carpenter. There are 2 carpenters, so you need to multiply the salary by 12. 2. Salary should be 40,000. Salary should be 40,000. Total. So that is called prime cost. Exam එකේ මෙන්න මේ වගේ style එකකට උත්තරේ present කරන්න ඕන. හරිද? Then your marker is very clear on what you write. Otherwise, you just put the numbers and it's not correct, then you might, it's 50-50. You might get marks, or sometimes you might not, depending on the markers, what he thinks at the time of marking. So safe side, with proper manner, good presentation must. Next one, total cost. So take that current factor in watchman wages. I'm asking question. Direct or indirect basically, if you can identify any expense specifically, easily you can identify with the product, then it's called direct. Table wood, iron is direct. But sometimes ink, nail, sandpaper, a cost significant, and you cannot categorize them as per එක product එකට කොච්චර sandpapers කියලා එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. It varies. You cannot identify properly. So because of that reason and because of the insignificance, you can categorize them under indirect cost. Machine depreciation. Other. Wait to get කරන්න. There are not 12,000, 15,000, 20,000, 8,000. Now take the total. Time plus overheads. 825. Total cost. I'm asking question. Rent is no factory rent කියලා කියන්න බෑ. Factory rent කියලා කියන්නේ whether you pay, whether you produce or not, you need to incur. It's a fixed cost. It's an indirect cost. ඒ කියන්නේ produce කරන tables මත නෙමෙයි ඒක base වෙන්නේ. ඒක you incur in bulk, in total. So it's considered as a overheads. ඒ කියන්නේ එක table එකකට අදාළ rent එක කියලා you cannot find out easily, so that you consider that then as a overhead cost. Then machine depreciation also same. ඒකට අපි කියන overheads කියලා. Total cost එක 325. Cost per table 325 bedana number of tables. So they have produced 100 tables, divide by 100. 350. That is the grade 9 වල ඉගෙන ගත්තනේ profit margin එක, profit margin, profit markup. So ලියන්න profit 20%. Into so 10% කොහොමද බලන්න 10% ගවලන්නේ අග බිඳුව කපන්න. ඒතර 10% වෙනවා 325. ඒක වැඩි කරන්න දෙකේ 650. Add together 650 වලට add කරන්න 350, you get 3,900. That is your selling price. Okay. Minute. Okay. Next, number 2, number 3, part A. Okay, so you know the bank reconciliation where you have your bank account balance and you have your bank statement balance. Sometimes it might not be tally. So you need to take some information from the bank statements and update your bank account that we call adjusted bank account. And then you need to prepare a bank reconciliation, start with adjusted balance and then you add unpresented checks, and then you minus unrealized deposits to come up with balance as per bank statement. Okay, so that is the structure of bank adjusted cash book, adjusted bank account, and the bank reconciliation part. But this question is a bit tricky. Provide reasons which results in lower bank statement balance compared to the bank account. The bank statement balance එක අඩුයි. The reason being, please write it down. Bank charges 3,000. Clear. Bank charges 3,000. Next one. Checkbook charges 1,200. Bank charges 3,000. Checkbook charges 1,200. So, the bank statement balance එක අඩුයි. And you can further write value of unrealized deposits 15,000. ඒක bank statement balance එක අඩුයි. That is the answer for part A. Which information is required to arrive at adjusted bank balance? Answer is E. Answer කලියන්න B වල dividends කියලා 10,000. Direct deposits කියලා 30,000. Dividends කියලා 10,000 ලියන්න. Direct deposits කියලා 30,000 ලියන්න. Bank charges කියලා 3,000. And checkbook charges කියලා 1,200. Okay. Next. So prepare a general journal and prepare suspense account. එකක් ඉවර කරලා එන්න එපා. ඒ දෙක parallel කරන්න බලන්න, then you can save a lot of time. So write it down here, general journal. General journal. Suspense. Credit description. And it says the trial balance prepared by whatever the business name showed the shortfall of 500,000. So it should be 500. So please do amend 500. Here that. Only the 500. Please do amend. It should be 500. Credit column එකේ තමයි shortfall එක තියෙන්නේ. ඒකට මේකේ balance එක එන්නේ credit column එකට ලියන්න 500. You can write either trial balance එහෙම නැත්නම් balance කියලා. ඉන්න පැත්තට තමයි suspense එක එන්නේ. First one, insurance installment paid 1,000 has been recorded twice in the book. The cash book credit වෙලා තියෙනවා 1,000, 2,000, and insurance debit වෙලා තියෙනවා 2,000. That's wrong. So you need to sort these accounts. So debit cash book, credit insurance. 1,000. In the right, correction of error. in insurance. Payment of insurance class. Payment of insurance class. Don't worry about the narration. You write something related to the question, you will get marks. Don't worry about it. They don't specifically give marks for narration, but you need to write something still. Number 2, credit sales 5,500 has been recorded as 500 in the account. Credit sales 500 has been recorded as, please write it down, in sales account. In sales account. So sales credit 500, suspense debit. Question it should be recorded in sales account. Has been recorded as 5,000 in sales. The sales account understate vela the sales account understate veneka credit vena sales account eකට debit vena suspense account. Since the suspense is debit, you need write here 500. Sales. Tally 5,000 purchase invoice has been completely omitted from the books. Purchase invoice credit purchases. So what's the double entry for credit purchases? Debit purchases and credit. How much is the amount? 5,000. That's all. So we can write it down on the statement of sales. Now corrected. Commission of purchasing. State the main objective of not-profit organization. Number 1, social welfare. So write it down. Main objective of not-profit organization, social welfare. Name the main sources of income for not-profit organization. Number 1, member subscription. Number 2, donations. So here they have given information. Please read the requirement. Prepare income statement of superhero club. So please write it down. Please draw the sketch. Income statement. Write down superhero club. Income statement for the year ended 1st December 2021. Another an income expenses. Additional information. Read, don't do anything. Focus on additional information because that carries more marks. I rectify adjust and it deteriorate your confidence as well. So it's called planning. So always before you do, read the additional information. There are 50 members and annual membership fee is 1,000. So what is the member subscription? 15 to 50 times 1,000. Next, donation. Donations they not 10,000. Total 60,000. So payments, receipt and payments account cash receipts and cash payments. So if you receive cash, you record in the debit side, that is receipt column. And if you pay you record in the credit side. Expenses. Expenses purchase of sports equipment. Purchase of sports equipment it's a long-term asset. It's a non-current asset. Only you take the depreciation out of it. Depreciation. මට කියන්න 10%. Cost එක කීයද? එයා ආරම්භ තියෙන්නේ කවදද? 1st January ආරම්භ තියෙන්නේ. 1st January නම් 31st December වලට අවුරුද්දයි. So 40,000 into 10%. 10% කියලා කියන්නේ හැමතිස්සෙම maths වල මතක තියාගන්න අග බිඳුව කපන්න. 40,000 වලින් last digit එක අයින් කරාම 4,000. So you take 4,000. What's your salary? Year 10,000. Telephone bill. See, if you have accrued thing, in case accrued thing account එක අපි add කරනවා. Prepaid account එක deduct කරනවා. Remember, okay? Total කීයද? 19,000. So the income එක වැඩි expense එකට වඩා එතකොට එන්නේ surplus එක. කියන්නේ surplus. 60 වලින් අඩු කරන්න 19, 20 අඩු කරාම 40, 41. That's all. Got it. Question? If expenses වැඩි වුණොත් deficit එකක් කියනවා. Remember. Expenses වැඩි වුණොත් income එකට වඩා අපි කියන එක deficit එකක් කියලා. හරි දෙක මතක තියාගන්න. Not profit organization එකේ වලදී profit loss එන්නේ නැහැ. මතක තියාගන්න. Income එක වැඩි වුණොත් expense එකට වඩා it's a surplus. Expense වැඩි වුණොත් income එකට වඩා it's a deficit. Remember. හරිද? Now we come to the most important part. It is profit or loss statement and statement of financial position. Okay. Shall we sketch කරගමු දෙය ටික අපි. ලියන්න name of the business. Runs are a business. ලියන්න runs are a business. Profit or loss statement for the year ended 31st ඒක මතක තියාගන්න හැමතිස්සෙම හරි December 2021 ඔයගොල්ලන්ට එන්නේ ඒ දවසේ runs are a business profit or loss statement for the year ended 31st March 2000 sorry 31st December 2021 Iliana runs are a business SOFP statement of financial position asset for the year ended with an asset 31st December 2021 parallel කරමු structure එක හොඳට understand කරගන්න ඒක understand කරගත්තම ලේසි වැඩි So please stick to my method. I'm telling you a time-saving method. So please stick to this one. Structure එක මුලින්ම ගහගන්න. So start with sales. Then cost of sales. ඊට තියන්න පේලි 7ක් විතර. The answer is gross profit. And then other income. Leave for gross distribution expenses. 405 තියලා admin expenses. The financial. ඒක structure කරගන්න. මේ method එකට යන්න. මේ method එක easy. It's straightforward. හුඟක් ළමයි මම දැකලා තිනවා එකක් ඉවර කරලා අනිත් එකට යනවා. Don't do that one. Do parallelly. So that saves times a lot. In structure එක මේකේ non-current assets, cost, accumulated depreciation, carrying amount. තියන්න පේලි 4ක් විතර current assets. පේලි 5ක් තියන්න total assets. Capital, leave 2 lines, non-current liabilities, leave 1 line or 2 lines, current liabilities. Structure කරගන්න. ඒක ඇඳගන්න හරියට. If you are doing first time, please stick to my method. Definite question that carries 8 marks. All levels. I'll wait for you. ඒ ටික rule කරගන්න. Please confirm me whether you have done this template part. I'll wait for you. It's not hard. So you clearly understand the concept, and if you do 4 or 5 questions, you can master this one. ඒක ඇඳගත්තද? හරි. ඒක හරි. හරි. දැන් බලන්න මතක තියාගන්න methodology එක තමයි give more prominence to the additional information. The stocks as at 31st December 2021 3000. So stocks කියලා කියන්නේ current asset එකක්. ලියන්න stocks කියලා second column 3000. එක one by one යන්නේ. හරි. and මේ additional information එක tank දෙකකට එනවා මතක තියාගන්න. then ලියන්න less closing stock. second column එකේ 3000 minus. the closing stock එක කියලා આવොත් එහෙම මොකද්ද මුලින්ම කරන්නේ? current asset එකේ ලියනවා stock කියලා under current assets that amount, and then when you calculate the cost of sales you need to deduct the closing stocks. මතක තියාගන්න. හරිද? You cleared? Everyone? Right. Number 2. Building should be depreciated 5% per annum. Leave first line blank, next one building. File balance එක බලලා මට කියන්න building වල value එක කීයද? cost එක. building එකේ cost එක තියෙනවා 100,000. ඒක දාන්න cost එකට. 100 වලින් 5% කියලා කියන්නේ 5,000. And check, do you have any accumulated depreciation for building? Yes. Accumulated depreciation එක කීයද buildings වල trial balance එකේ? 20. 100,000 වලින් 5% 5,000. Accumulated depreciation එක 20. 20 plus 5 25. The carrying value එක කීයද? 100 minus 25 70. To make a building depreciation එක කියන්නේ admin expense එකක් විදියට depreciation for building. Building depreciation. First column 5,000. Building එකේ cost එක 100,000. Taking 5% තමයි current year depreciation එක. ඒක expense එකක් වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒක add කරනවා accumulated depreciation එක opening balance එකට. Opening එක 20 වලට 5 එකතු වුණාන් පස්සේ 25. It goes to the accumulated depreciation closing. So then you need to calculate carrying amount 100 minus 25 70. ඒක clear ද ඔක්කොම? Next. 1,000 should be written off as bad debts. Bad debts කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? If any debtor is not, you have a doubt that he will pay or not. So if you are 100% sure that he will not pay, you write off. Either the court has declared as a bankrupt party, like Sri Lanka now, or he died. So ಇದಕ್ಕೆ මොකක් හරි වුණොත් අපි write off කරනවා. It's a loss for the business. Then ලියන්න bad debts කියලා. It's a distribution expense. ඊයේද 1000. trial balance එකේ figure එකක් තියෙනවද බලන්න bad debts. ඒක නා එක එකතු කරලා දාන්න. No value here. And then go to debtors. Debtors ලා කීයද? Debtors ලා ඉන්නවා 10,000. 10,000 වලින් අඩු කරන්න 1,000, it become 9,000. Yes, provision for depreciation, accumulated depreciation, both are same. That's correct. Another name for accumulated depreciation is provision for depreciation, but now it's not considered as a provision because of the new accounting standards. It's called accumulated depreciation. Because depreciation is not a kind of a provision. Provision is the definition part is got changed because of the new accounting terminology. So nowadays we call accumulated depreciation. Early days we use both simultaneously. දැන් ඒතර bad debt එකක් විදිහට separate additional information එකක් આવොත් you take that amount and add it to the any bad debts in the trial balance. Bad debts කියලා trial balance එකේ තිබ්බොත් ඒක add කරලා දානවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් you just put as it is. The debtors ලගින් ඒ එන information එකට අඩු කරලා දානවා debtors in the current assets. Last, accrued salaries and wages. Go to the current liability, leave first line, first row blank and write it down. Accrued bank loan interest. Loan interest. Oh, my mistake. Wages and salaries. My mistake. Accrued wages and salaries. 1,900. accrued එකක් ආවම අපි current liability විදිහට දානවා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? trial balance එකේ තියෙන wages කීයද බලන්න. salaries and wages තියෙනවා 5,000. ඒක ටික් කරලා ඒක දාන්න salaries and wages. එන්නේ කීයද? 5,000 වලට 6,900 එකතු වුණාම 11,900. මතක තියාගන්න salaries and wages කියලා ගත්තාම ඒක normally admin expense එක. The salaries and wages of distribution staff එහෙම නැත්නම් sales staff කියලා આવොත් ඒක distribution expense එක මතක තියාගන්න. ඒ ටික තේරෙනවද බලන්න. If you have a doubt, please ask. We complete the all additional information. We start with trial balance. Then කරපු ඒවා ටික ටික් කරගෙන යනවා. නැත්නම් ආයෙ ටික මේ ගන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? So once you have done, please tick it off one by one. Hari. Sales 100,000. Third column. Purchases. Second column 30,000. Opening stocks. 5,000. Land. Non-current assets. Zero depreciation. 1,000 is carrying on. Salaries and wages අපි ගත්තා. Discount received, other income. මතක දැන credit side එකේ තියෙන income or liabilities or equity. Okay. Discount allowed distribution. Discount allowed distribution. හරි ඔන්න තියෙනවා තව දෙයක් implied වෙන දෙයක්. Bank loan 20,000. ඒක යනවා non current liability. 8% bank loan. In column 20,000. හරි. දැන් මොකද කරන්න ඕන? 8,000 multiplied by 20,000 multiplied by 8%. So I told you 20,000 වලින් අග බිංදු දෙක කැපුණාම that equal to 1%. That multiplied by 8. 8% නේ. So 200 into 8 kiyeda 1,600. හරිද? Now go to the finance expenses. Interest on bank loan. 1,000. $200 into 8. Aga bindu dekh kapat. That is 1%. 1% into 8, 8%. 1,600. Then balanna how much you paid as bank loan interest. That is 1,000. Total expense එක 1,600. You paid 1,000. එහෙනම් තව කීයක් ගෙවන්න ඕනේ? තව ගෙවන්න තියෙනවා 600. So go to accrued bank loan interest. ඒක implied නා. ඒ adjustment එක additional information එකේ නැහැ. But you are expected to do this. So first calculate the whole expense for the year, put it into the finance cost. And ඊට පස්සේ බලන්න කොච්චරක් ගෙවලා තියෙනවද? ඒ දෙකේ difference එක දාන්න accrued bank loan interest කියලා. බොහෝ විට අඩුවෙන් ගෙවලා. ඒක liability එක, current liability. හරිද? Next, creditors 12,000. Creditors 12,000. Interest එක දැම්මා. So ඒක ගත්ත taken into account. Insurance 500. Insurance ඇවිල්ලා admin expense. 500. Accrued depreciation for building taken. Cash. Current assets. Cash current assets. 50,000. Carriage inwards 1,000. Capital 50,500. ඔය ටික clear ද බලන්න. මොනවා හරි doubts තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න. Before we finalize the gross profit and net profit or whatever things. Then මේ තියෙන විදියට මෙතන ලකුණු 8න් you will earn out of 8, 6 or 6.5. හදිසියවත් balance කරන්න කියන time එක නැත්නම් මේ ටික තියලා you need to move for the other questions. Because you will earn maximum 2 marks. So if you don't have time much, and if you consider if you really don't have time, please do move for the other questions. Remember, just leave it. You will get, I'm 100% sure, 6 marks. Don't worry, because you did adjustments, you did the bank loan interest and everything perfectly done. Remember. So if you do, if the time permits, you can do. Otherwise, move to the next question. Otherwise, you have a huge opportunity cost if you missed one accounting question or one business studies question. Remember. ඒක නිසා සමහරට ඒක නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. If you're targeting A, please focus on that. Okay? Right. මේ ටික clear. Doubts තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න පුළුවන්. Okay. Everyone, please calculate cost of goods to be sold. What is the total of this? Cost of good to be sold. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ opening stocks plus purchases plus carriage inwards plus loading expenses. එකෙන් අඩු කරන්න closing stocks. Can you calculate the gross profit? The gross profit 67,000. මේක හරියද බලන්න. ඒකට add කරන other income. මේකේ තියෙන එක source එකක් විතරයි. So it is 71,000. Now you take the totals of each individual categories. Total expenses kind of. Then net profit transferred to $71 වලින් 21 අඩු වුණාම 50,000. ඔය ටික clear. Any doubts you can ask. මේක practice එක නැත්තම් please do practice. හරිද? පොඩ practice එක හදාගන්න. Because it carries more marks. It carries more marks in your paper 1 and paper 2 together. හරිද? Right. දැන් මේ profit එක දාන්න capital එකට. net profit කියලා දාන්න මෙතන. Now you take the total of non-current assets. Current assets. total total assets. Total assets current assets plus non-current assets. Total assets current assets. Is equity. Non-current liability. And this is current liability. Equity. Can you remember the accounting equation? Assets equal equity plus liability. So assets total assets. That's equal equity 100,500 plus total liabilities. This plus that we call total equity and liabilities. Past papers then you know the story. When you practice, then nothing. Structures adjustments depreciation accrued expenses sometimes bad debts and the closing stock. Same repeat. Okay. Shall we start paper 1 then? Is it okay? In the pair, you will get more knowledge. Okay. Right. We want to. Can you see the screen? Come on. Can you see the screen? It took 2.5 days to finalize this paper. It's not an easy task. So you're the one who taking the benefit, not me. So make use of it. Okay. Right. Mihara, who followed a bakery and pastry diploma course with an extensive experience in product marketing, started a small bakery shop known as Sumeri Bakers, which produced bakery items in a rented building. And further, he obtained delivery vehicle under lease terms. Select the answer best describe the need in the above situation. Food is the answer. Lazy ever? Extensive experience in product marketing of Mihira is considered as a strength. The internal factor, it's a strength. Which the following statement is true with regard to the Sumihiri bakers. Liability is limited, wrong. Continued existence, wrong. And remember, then paper 2 if you struggle, there are some answers you can derive from paper 1. Some problems or some sort of loopholes. So liability is unlimited. So making derive liability is unlimited, and they don't have a continued existence. No continued existence. And no legal personality. So answer is this. Why it is mandatory to register? Because it's not the full name of the owners. So because of that reason, you need to register this business under business name ordinance. Yeah, number 6 of 1890. 1980. Sorry, 1980. Which factors of production the building and delivery vehicles belongs to? Answer is capital. According to the nature of products, Mihira's business belongs to bakery items, commodity manufacturing business. Okay, please try to answer question number 6. Everyone. Very good. Increase in interest rate triggers savings. Recently appointed governor of central bank. He increased the interest rate. So the interest rate එක වැඩි වුණාම savings වැඩි වෙනවා. Savings වැඩි වුණාම investments වැඩි වෙනවා. Investments වැඩි වුණාම GDP එක වැඩි වෙනවා. GDP එක වැඩි වෙද්දී inflation එක අඩු වෙනවා. Answer is triggers the savings and decrease in inflation. Can be tested, because we are living in a very hyper-inflationary situation, and give more priority for economic factors. ටික පාඩම් කරගෙන යන්න exam එකට යන්න හරි. Remember, most probably she will test. And please try number 7. What's the answer? Legal C. Article. This is global is influx of foreign investments. Nelum related technology, because there are some satellites going on. But highly unlikely for the current context. This carbon emission is a policy decision. And the answer is C. Third one. Next. Is right. The main criteria to distinguish retail and wholesale trade is main criteria. There are so many criteria I accepted, but you need to take the main criteria. Answer is intention of the buyer. The main criteria. Select the correct statement relating to fixed deposits. එම question එකේදීම key phrase එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක underline කරලා ඒකට focus කර කියවන්න options ටික. What's the answer? 3 is the answer. Very good. Answer is third one. Interest rate for fixed deposit is comparatively higher than that of savings. Select the statement which shows the number of MICR, magnetic ink character recognition column of check respectively. So stick to this method. C, capital C, capital B, simple B, capital A. Okay, මතක තියාගන්න. C for check number, B for bank number, simple B for branch number, A for account number. Capital C, capital B, simple B, A, capital A. What's the answer? Yes. B, you can withdraw the money, not anytime. ඕනෙලාවක් ගන්න බෑ. There are certain conditions, subject to certain conditions only you can take it. Not any time. No? So, අද දාලා හිට they don't allow. They won't charge a penal interest otherwise. So the answer is check number, bank number, branch number, account number. Second option is the answer. 11. What's the answer? Very good. Which of the following is not a form of e-banking service offered by e-banking? Answer is check. This is all. So when you do this type of question, you can study by themselves. Okay. So making your study කරන්න පුළුවන් ATM facility එක තියෙන electronic fund transfer තියෙන point of sale facilities තියෙන. So you can study. It's an informal way of studying by doing a past papers or model papers. Yeah. I'm gonna ask a question. Point of sale කියලා කියන්නේ at the time of sale, you can just give your credit card or kind of a card and you can get fund transfers. That's called point of sale POS system. කියන්නේ එයා data recognize කරගන්නවා අර point of sale position එකේදී through scanner. So because if you submit sweep your credit card or debit card, the funds automatically transfer at the time of sale. Internet marketing and telemarketing are recent trends in. Answer is retail business. 13. Which of the following combination is our example of oral communication? Meeting yes, memos no. Presentation yes. Meeting yes, memos no. Performance review yes. Meeting yes, presentation yes, performance review yes. Answer is third option. Free delivery of furniture purchased within 10 kilometers from Dambulu Furniture Limited is representing which element of 4 P's in marketing? What's the answer? Free delivery. Place, very good. Answer is place. Subodha intend to invest employee provident funds he received after retirement. His expectation as follows: receive an interest income under a fixed interest rate, under a fixed deposit interest rate. I'm really sorry for that. Is do right fixed deposit interest rate, ability to convert into cash at any time, obtain full security for investment. So some information is critical. Fixed deposit rate එකට වඩා අඩු. What is your answer? Fourth one, very good. Treasury bills, because it's full security. You are expecting a full security and he is a retired guy. So he doesn't have any other money to live with. So in that context, you go for this option. 16. The monitoring and regulatory body for transactions of Colombo Stock Exchange. Kauda is the watchdog. Securities and Exchange Commission also. I'm just guessing because I had done certain trend analysis and based on that I prepared this paper. All right, now we come to the accounting section. I told you earlier, first 16 questions from business studies section, the balance or remaining 24 questions from accounting section. Okay, please read this and tell me the answer. Someone is running a retail business and accounting equation as at 1st Jan 2021 as follows. A transaction එකක් දීලා තිනවා. Goods worth 100,000, sold for 120,000. After that transaction, what is the accounting equation? Make a profit take a key 20. The profit taking when the equity asset take value. Equity key 120. 120 plus 20, 140. 200 plus 20, 220. What's the answer? Got this logic here? 20. 20 difference. Like a profit take. The profit take equity add 120 plus 20, 140. 200 plus 20, 220. That's the answer. Next one. Following are some of the transactions that took place in whoever's business, out of which increase equity. The equity increase additional capital, other one is profit, or other one is income. That's the answer. Withdrawal out, wages out, expense, payment of electricity bill 5,000 by the owner's personal money, no equity change. Answer is third option. Then we have Berina, put the study. Hurry. You have time, don't worry. In obtaining stocks or goods from the business, or this should be or. In obtaining stocks or goods from the business for the benefit of the owner, which account debit and which account credit? Drawings debit, the most accurate answer is purchase credit. That's tricky. Drawings debit, purchase account credit. Drawings debit, purchases credit. Okay. Please try 20. Time entry books and supporting documents. General journal, journal voucher. The B-Willing start when was petty cash book, petty cash payment voucher. B-Willing patangina, E-Willing. So the answer lies in these two. These three. Sorry, these two only. Yeah. B-Willing patang, E-Willing. Purchase journal, purchase invoice. D with E. This first one. Okay. I have the first one is the answer. Next. Increase debit, decrease, sorry. Increase credit, decrease debit. Increase debit, increase credit, decrease debit. No. Liabilities. 22nd. All clock worth 8,000 given from the business by the owner as a first prize of Sinhala New Year contest in her area of the business will be recorded in. What's the answer? That's the answer. General journal. Stocks, drawings, donations considered as a other type of transactions, so recorded in general journal. 23. What's the answer? Please make a note. It's a 10% of trade discount. I made a mistake here. The amount of discount, 10% of trade discount. Make a 10% of trade discount. 10% of trade discount. That's the answer. So 50 multiplied by 200 or 10,000. The 10,000 වලින් 10% කියලා කියන්නේ trade discount එක කීයද? 1000. The net value එක කීයද? 10,000 වලින් 1000 අඩු වුණාම 9,000. So that is the kind of a credit sales value. The credit sales value ekedi value is how much? 9,000. So what is the impact on credit sales? Debtor will increase by 9,000. Sales will increase by 9,000. So ඔය දෙකේ මොකක් හරි තියෙනවද කියලා බලන්න. Debtor increase by 9,000 or sales increase by 9,000. What is the answer? Increase in debtor 9,000. The second option is the answer. මේ comment කරන්න 10% discount කියලා. හරි? Because you might confuse. Please try 24. Can be tested. 24. The total of petty cash expenses 3,500. And petty cash balance එක තියෙනවා 500. එතකොට කීයද මේ දෙක add කරාම එන්නේ interest එක. So interest is 4,000. Yeah. Interest is 4,000. And it says the management decided to increase the petty cash interest by 1,000. So increase by 1,000. Increase by 1,000. Petty cash expenses 3,500. So add කරාම කීයද? Expenses වෙලා තියෙනවා 3,500. Incremental increase එක කීයද? 1,000. එතකොට 4,500 තමයි reimburse කරන්නේ. So 400 5,000 reimburse කරද්දි මොකද double entry වෙන්නේ? Petty cash book එක debit වෙනවා. Cash book එක credit වෙනවා. What is the answer? What's the answer? First one is the answer. මේකට tricky ah. වියදම් වෙලා තිනවා 3,500. Interest එක increase වෙනවා 1,000 වලින්. එතකොට කොච්චරක් අරයා දෙන්න ඕනේද main cash 4,500 දෙන්න ඕන. ඒකේ double entry මොකද්ද? main cash එක credit වෙනවා petty cash book එක debit. 4,500. Okay? Please try 25. They're asking which of the above result in a balance as per bank statement shows lesser. Bank statement එක අඩුයි. That means standing order payment B අනිවාර්යෙන්ම එනවා. හරිද? C එන්නේ නැහැ. C is out. C is out කියලා කියන්නේ මේ options තුනම out. C තියෙනවනේ මේ තුනම. So what's the answer? ඔනෝගේ tactics උත් use කරන්න පුළුවන්. හරි? Yes. Unrealized deposits දෙනවා, but sometimes from the based on the behavior the answer pattern එකත් එක්ක you can easily figure out the answer. So answer is first one. Next one, balance as per adjusted bank account. නිකන් sketch එකක් අඳින්න. Opening balance එක තියෙනවා කීයද? 13,200. මේවල ලියන්න එපා balance brought forward කියලා ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හරි, just write opening balance. ඔළුවේ තියාගන්න opening balance එක මෙච්චර. Standing order එක credit වෙනවනේ 35. Remittance debit වෙනවා 25 2000 sorry. 2000 add වෙලා 3500 minus වෙනවා. ඒතර net effect එක කීයද? 1500 minus. 13,200 වලින් 1500 minus වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ 12,200 again 7,700. 11,700. ඔය balance කර කර ඉන්න ඕනේ මේ answers එක මේ ටික tally වෙනවද කියලා බලලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් game. මේ උත්තර එනකම් එන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හරි. Remember, you should be smart so that you can save time a lot. Please try this one. It's a good question. Odamaru. Correct journal entry. So if you know the double entry for accrued expenses, you can hammer this question. Relevant expense එක debit, accrued expense එක credit. කීයක් තව ගෙවන්න තියෙනවද? 60 is the total. You paid only 45. තව කීයක් ගෙවන්න තියෙනවද? 15 ගෙවන්න තියෙනවා. So that's called accrued. So මොකක්ද double entry for accrued? Relevant expense debit, accrued credit. So answer is second option. You had 28. Credit sales record in the sales journal. So the totals, what you do is last date of that particular month, एक credit කරන්න sales account. 30th April credited to sales account. Answer is 4. 29. Nine is a tricky one, no? Anyone? I haven't got the answer right yet. Very good. First එක wrong, no? මේක කියන්නේ balance of electricity expense has not been extracted to trial balance. Trial balance එකට අරගෙන නැහැ කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. electricity expense එකේ තියෙනවා. ඒ balance එක trial balance එකට ගෙනියලා නැහැ කියලා කියන්නේ. Read it very carefully. එතකොට debit credit suspense. ඒක කියන එක අපි දාන්නේ නැහැ. Credit suspense answer is fourth option. Okay, yeah. 30th. සමහර දන්නේ නැති අය මේව පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න. සස්පෙන්ස් පොඩ්ඩක් හුඟක් ළමයට අමාරුයි. No, electricity account එක debit කරන්න බෑ because මෙතන electricity expense එකේ වැරද්දක් නැහැ. වැරද්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ ඒ තියෙන balance එක trial balance එකට ගෙනියලා නැහැ. Because of that reason trial balance එකේ difference එකක් එනවා. You got it? So if you put a debit entry for electricity expense, it's a duplicate then. That's wrong. That's why you put ... debit suspense credit. You only pass a suspense entry. That's all. Yes, you're right. මේකේ electricity ගෙනියලා නැති හින්දා suspense account එකේ තියෙන balance එක debit balance එක. ඒකින්ද ඒක credit වෙනවා. Correct. Please try 30th one. Very good question. හරි මෙතනදී වෙලා තියෙන්නේ discount allowed එක debit වෙනවා discount received also debit and suspense credit. So උතර මේකත් එක බල පොඩ්ඩක් match කර යන්න. First scenario discount received 5000 has been recorded as discount allowed. ඔකට discount received credit වෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම එකක් නෙමෙයි තියෙන්නේ. That's all. Discount allowed 5000 has been recorded as discount received. So discount received එක debit වෙන්න ඕනේ. Discount allowed එකක් debit වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ දෙකෙන් එකතු suspense credit. Answer is second option. හරිද? Next 31. Direct other cost. Very good. Direct other cost. 32. $200 members. Annual membership fee 1,000. Amount of arms. Answer. Income statement එකට එන members subscription එක කීයද? You just take the number multiplied by the answer is 200. That's all. Straightforward ඒවා ඉක්මනට කරලා time එක save කරගන්න. That's your strategy, okay? Please try 33 and 34. Everyone, please try. වැරදුනාට කමක් නැහැ attempt කරන්න. your objective is to attempt and understand, not blindly copy the answer. Okay, 33 and 34. You see the screen? So what I'm wrong really? Sure. This practice. $50,000, $20,000, $5,000. So process salary 15,000, factored in 10,000. Take a total cost. $100,000. Now let's assume you have a carriage outward වගේ මොන හරි තිබ්බොත් එහෙම ඒක add කරන්නේ නැහැ. මෙතන අහන්නේ cost of production. Carriage outward එක ඉන්නේ once you have finished and sent to the customers. Distribution expenses ඒවා එන්නේ නැහැ. හරි? Remember. So anything related to the production only you add. ඒක තියාගන්න. හරි? Sometimes lot of your examiner can twist it certain questions. 32 වල 32 වල answer එක 200,000. Then 200 multiply කරනවා 1000. And the 100,000. So that is your cost of the production. Next time, selling price key. It says profit margin is 25%. So the selling price key. Grade 9, chapter 4, maths. Take 100, then make a bedanna. Number of units, sorry, number of units key the 1,000. Cost per unit key this divided by this. The bindu be 100. Cost per unit is 100, taking 25% can profit take a 25, selling price 125. Answer is first option. Everyone clear? Good. Right. මේ ගාන පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරුයි. Please try. So you have sometimes. Please try these questions. ඔක්කොම ටික කරන්න. I'll give you 10 minutes. Recording probably they might put it in a YouTube, so you can log in. Probably not today, probably tomorrow, after, or probably day after tomorrow they might put it in their Nanaska YouTube channel, so you can listen at any time, because I don't have any sort of a right for that. So they will put it in their YouTube channel, so you can, yeah, I will send probably once they upload that this one, I'll send it to you, the link. And if possible, please try to join to the group. So if you come across any doubts, you can ask from me. So if you're in the group, you can get some clarification kind of a thing. Okay. Okay. So I will I'll scroll down, make it big. Me questions පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරුයි. හරිද? We don't get the kind of a discouraged. But what I'll do is, what I did was when setting the paper, because if you know in and out, if you know the worst case questions that might come, so then when you get a paper, it's maybe easy. Second, පොඩ්ඩක් මේක පොඩ්ඩක් බර තියලා පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න බලන්න. අපිට study කරන්න side. First one, cost of sales. Second one is gross profit. Third one is net profit. Next one is total distribution expenses. Total current liabilities. Last one is total assets. මෙන්න මේ ටික තමයි හොයන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? ඔය information එක base කරගෙන first one is cost of sales. Second one is gross profit. Third one is net profit. One is distribution expenses total. With the current liabilities total of last one, total of assets. I'll give you 10 minutes time. 8:56 වලට මම බලනවා. Have a drink. Carried outward means it's like a distribution cost where you incur once it's finished, deliver that to the customer's doorsteps. That's called carriage outwards. It's not carriage inwards, huh? Remember. Cost of sales, gross profit, net profit, total distribution expenses, total current liabilities, total assets. ඔය ටික තමයි හොයාගන්න. Yeah, good. Don't leave, huh? Please wait. I need to explain this one and then I'll tell you some other things as well. Okay, shall we do one by one? So first one is a cost of sales one. So for that, take opening stocks 10,000. 10,000 is the opening stocks. I write it down OS, huh? Opening stock OS. And if you have a purchases, you add, and then less closing stocks. If you have any carriage inwards, you add. So opening stocks still not 10,000 and purchases is 55,000. Sorry, purchases 145,000. Closing stock minus 15,000. So I take a total 140,000. Ek harde bala. Opening stocks plus purchases minus closing. That's called cost of sales. The sales key, sales is not 350. Sales. The GP, gross profit. 210,000. So 140. Net profit. Tricky, yeah? The GP add when other income sources. Other income credit column other income other income that's all. Then expenses categories. Expenses categories admin distribution administration expenses distribution finance. One by one. Accrued wages 5. Accrued wages 5 wages salaries and wages 40 40 to 45. Then wages W 45. Motor vehicle depreciation 10%. Motor vehicle depreciation cost 25. 25 will 10% depreciation of motor vehicle 25. Additional information team. Then one by one, what are the expenses they have? Repair expenses 15. Admin. Repair 15,000. Carriage outwards and distribution. 5,000. First sales cash in hand, bank loan. Bank loan 10%, 50. Finance expense. Interesting. 50,000. Salaries them sales commission distribution. 7,000. Sales commission distribution. Debtors, sales promotion distribution. 5,000. Bank loan interest करना है purchase वो ठीक ऐड करा तीनों 43 ना मेरे 53 ना total expenses किधर बोला 152 अरे तो total expenses तीनों 152 GPA का तीनों 210 वाली गाड़ू कराना 152 58,000 is the net profit ये मैं दावे वाला net profit टेका 58,000 अरे तो total distribution expenses टिका अभी already calculate करा 42 तो 42 next one current liabilities and then current liabilities वलटे accrued wages wages 5,000 bank overdraft 20,000 bank loan accrued bank loan interest accrued bank loan interest 50 ne 10% of 500,000 50,000 लेकिन किया गेवला तीन तो bank loan interest का 3 गेवला तीन तो 47,000 accrued का 3 अरे creditors किया कितना creditors in 55,000 ठीक total करा 127 किलो ना हो गया yes total assets गन्ना shortcut method දෙක මම කියන්නවා දැන් equity එකයි non current liability එකයි current liability add කරා නම් එහෙම ගන්නත් පුළුවන් 2 ways okay so current liability එක අපි ගත්තා 127 non current liability එක තියෙනවා 500,000 total liability එක තියෙනවනේ මේ දෙක එකතු වෙයි හරිද this is current liability non current liability කියලා 500,000 capital එක කීයද capital එක තියෙනවා credit column එකේ තියෙන්නේ how much is the capital there's no capital over leave it okay profit එක කීයද profit is 58,000 I need to check the give me a minute yes I made a mistake 269 is the capital I don't know what I put it in this Please write it down. This is not a purchases. This is capital. No? Again, mistake. Already you have purchases here. Mistake. Just karaganna capital කියලා my mistake. I'm really sorry for that. මේක ලියන්න හැමෝම capital කියලා 269. Because it's the credit side, my mistake. Okay. So capital එක ආවම 269. Capital 269. So just add together 954. Once is the last one. I'm really sorry for that because I take the single meeting one and I didn't take the should be credit balance, so it should be capital because there should be a capital balance for any business organization. Yeah, it's wrong. My mistake. So make a liagana matakatua. This is not purchases, it should be capital. Right? Right. On the taking the capital on equity composition. What is your accounting equation? Accounting equation is assets equal capital plus liability. Sorry, equity plus liability. The equity components capital and net profit. Capital and net profit together we call equity. Current liability composition current liability and the non-current liability. So ये देख add करला total liability करना. इधर पास से net profit एकाई capital एकाई add करला total equity करना. So total assets equal total liability plus total equity. हर equation है ना तुलांग अनेक equation है ना तुलांग individual assets टिक add कर. Okay, right. So next week we are planning to discuss another paper. So ekehinda danna yalawanta kiyanna join wenna kiyala group ekata, and I'll do a kind of a comprehensive kind of a paper as well for the next class. So please do prepare and make it in a very make it in a samahara amaru wenna just practice and please focus on your study areas and give more. There are some important topics especially for grade 11 chapter number 1 is very important. Etika cover karanna. ඒ වගේ important areas ටිකක් තියෙනවා. Trends ටික බලන්න. Past papers you need to do, it's a must. Practice your paper. හරිද? So if you have any doubts, if you can any kind of a thing, just let me know and then I'll have a look. So any sort of a doubts you can send it to the group, so I'll answer them and then. Okay, so I'm really appreciate those who are with me till the last moment, and especially who joined without knowing me even from someone's recommendation. So I hope you would get the real benefit out of this 4-hour class. So I helped my level best being a professional lecturer and as well as a chartered accountancy accountant. So please make use of this benefit. I know it's a tough time for all of us, and especially for y'all, your exams got dragged. And please be positive. I try my level best to help you all throughout the course, throughout this time period. So please have a very positive framework of mind. So this is your life, remember. So kochchara prashna avat, don't give up. Don't give up. Try your level best to achieve your ultimate or desired outcome or desired result. Ikinda give up karanna epa. Kohuma hari adagena yanna. Please be positive. Have a focus. If you have any sort of a doubts or concerns, please send me questions or whatever. I'll try my level best to help you all. Okay. For other school students, I'm really, really happy. So without knowing me, who am I? You join, and I hope you get the benefit. So ekinda study karanna dula putala hamoma focus එකක් තියාගෙන වැඩ කරන්න. මේ දවස් 21 22 හොඳටම ඇති on the result එකක් ගන්න. ඒ ගැන worry වෙන්න එපා. I'm 100% sure because I'm also a last moment preparer. I don't have any sort of plan much, but I do in a kind of a very compassionate manner. So in the buy win, I got prizes for a couple of subjects. It's not a day one I started, nothing. It's the last moments. I do my kind of a plan and contingency plan, everything, but be smart. So that's the most important thing. Forget about the past. If you not have done studies yet, this 22 days, 23 days, more than enough to change your life. Ekinda give up karanna epa. Focus එකේ ඉන්න හොඳට වැඩ කරන්න. Allocate some times for your other important areas or weak areas. So try to get the help from whoever teacher or whatever method. Make use of this time wisely. Remember, this time won't come again. Remember, me tawas visi teka visituna kiyeneka so much important. Making that don't waste your time. You can enjoy later. In the full commit karanna me dawas tika හොඳට වැඩ කරන්න මොන ප්‍රශ්නාවක් රටේ මොන ප්‍රශ්නාවක් ඔයාලට ඒක වැදගත් නැහැ. You have your life. So try to get this hurdle. This is the most important hurdle. May hurdle එක කොහොම හරි achieve කරන්න. You need to get a good results with flying colors and make your parents, make your school proud. Okay. So all the best do. හැමෝටම තෙරුවන් සරණයි and God bless you. Okay. All the best and please be positive. Okay. That is the kind of advice that I need to give. Being a professional and being a lecturer and as being a chartered accountant, being a price. Okay. So all the best. I'm happy to help you all. Without knowing you, I don't know some students. I don't know by your name or nothing. And some I haven't met. So all the school students, I'm really, really glad that you came to me and make use of this time. And likewise, the next week, 4 hours, I'll give my level best. It takes so many times, hours, days to prepare this type of paper. In the making, okay. All the best and see you next week. Thank you.